Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. Oh, we are back in Pyanodons. Oh, sorry. I'm mid-stretch here. Give me a second. There we go. All right. Hands are back on the keyboard. So last time was down here, right? Getting the various... It's dark down here. I should really get better at putting lights around the factory. But we were working towards this right here. Trying to get etching solution done as one of our inputs into the overall red chips process. And if we flip over to YAFC, which is not being correctly captured. 1 second. I had to restart YAFC and I didn't reset the capture. There we go. Yeah, etching solution is... I actually have it as done. It's checked off here. So with this, there's really just a couple of things that we need for... well, for the red circuit substrates, but I don't think we can quite make those yet. I think we're still waiting on some tech. Silicon, we're pretty good to go. We'd have to set up basic silicon production here, getting up to that, whatever, 3.5 silicon a second. But then we should be able to do the silicon wafer production, no issues. How did I do this? If I just clear ingredient consumption here. We should be making 0.4 a second here, which takes us to, yes, the very small amount that we're going to be producing initially. So we could work on that. We could work on silicon wafers. The other thing we need is Bakelite. We need to get lubricant done. Diborane here. Zinc acetate, I think, should be relatively easy to do. These are both things that we're going to need ultimately for the doped silicon. Okay, so that's still working towards silicon. Yeah, I think starting with the relatively quick diborane, and apparently we also need boric acid for some things. Yeah. And boric acid is just what? Water and diborane? Okay. So yeah, I think we do this as one factory that brings in hydrogen and borax and makes diborane and boric acid out of 2 electrolyzers. I think this is a really easy build to get started on, and then we should also probably do the zinc acetate at the same time. Grab a mixer for that. Yeah, let's build those things, and that'll be the last of the inputs, other than the silicon wafers themselves, to silicon doping. And we will be well on our way to silicon. All right, so 1 mixer, 2 electrolyzers, and a partridge in a pear tree. One mixer, 2 electrolyzers. All right, let's head back to the mall and grab that stuff. How are we doing down here? We should be triggering... What is this? Oh, this is lubricant. Cool. So what does this need that it still hasn't gotten? Lard, right. We talked about lard last time. Lubricant is still waiting on oleochemicals, which is probably also lard. Yes. Okay. That's fine. Following up on just reviewing what I was talking about last week as far as lard goes, we'll go back to YAFC. To make, where is it? Optical fiber. We need these photophores. And we get these from Trits, which we will be researching very shortly. Yeah, they're up next. And once we have Trits, let's actually do Trits. Full render Trits. Here we go. These guys spit out a ton of lard when you render them. So however many of them we need for photophores, that'll also give us a bunch of lard, and I'm hoping that that will help balance our lard demand and consumption through the base. All right, we have a stuck train. Why is there a stuck train? A stuck train. What did I do? This is supposed to be ammonia, and it's not filtered, so it filled with hydrogen. And now... I'm surprised that this can be full of hydrogen. This is very little... How much hydrogen is in the whole system? Pipeline contents 400. How is there 400 hydrogen that ended up in here? That's like a pump full. That's so weird. Regardless, we need to pump the hydrogen out of this into the hydrogen tank and fix this filter. So I guess we do that, well, not first. Let's, grab the stuff we need from the mall first. And then we can head down there and fix that tank. All right, bots, fill me up. While the bots are going... What else can we be looking at? So Trits, our initial Trit bootstrap. Well, what are Trits going to need to breed them? Filtration media, Trit cub, tree seeds, moondrops, seaweed, saline water. That's all fine. Trits cubs. All right, we are going to maybe need to expand our sea sponge production, because I think our sea sponge build right now is scaled pretty exactly for our science needs. Then again, this is very full, so maybe not. Cool. Well, and that might just be because science is always kind of broken, that these sea sponges aren't being used to full capacity. But we'll see about expanding this if we have to. And what else is in Trits that I would be worried about? Trit Codex is fine. Trit Manufacture needs crustacean and cow DNA samples. That's kind of obnoxious, but fine. Yeah, I think sea sponges are really the only thing. They need a lot of tree seeds, which is gonna be weird, but whatever, we have wood. Seaweed, a lot of saline water. But they make wastewater, or they make a ton of wastewater. All right, isn't there a wastewater? I thought I could do something useful with wastewater at this point. I could be wrong. Oh, there's wastewater to methanol. Wastewater to muddy sludge. Wastewater to urea, and I think this is what I'm doing in most places where I make wastewater. Maybe that's what we want to do, is just the wastewater to urea recipe. All right. Did I kill enough time? Pretty close to enough time. It would be great for the bots to bring me those last couple tanks, but I don't see that happening right now. So... Yeah, I have enough trash slots. Clean that out. Hydroxide. All right. I have enough of my trash slots free that I'm not worried about waiting for the bots to finish cycling my inventory. So let's head down to that stuck train. Let's fix that, whatever it was, hydrogen and ammonia mix up. I'm still not sure how I got 400 hydrogen into there. That's such a weird amount. But we'll figure it out. All right, so what I want, wherever that tank is, I know I went right past it. Stuck train. I'm losing my mind. There. Okay. Oh, it's way over there. Still not sure how I achieved this. Okay. Pump out filtered to hydrogen. There we go. Cool. And that is cyanic acid production running. So this may be part, well, apparently this never had a delivery before. But hopefully with this running now, our Wöhler synthesis loop is good. And we should not be running out of ammonia or cyanic for quite a while. All right, so let's get the builds that I was talking about set up. We've got diborane and boric acid, which we'll do as like one build. And we've got zinc acetate. So let's see. One, two, three stations. Do I want to do it here, or do I want to do it elsewhere and save this segment? Because for... Oh no, diborane and boric acid is 4 stations. Okay, perfect, 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 perfect. We are going to have to move this, though. I'm pretty sure all these pipes are in the way. All right, so we'll do a solid drop-off here. Okay. And then we're going to request borax. All right. Other thing that we need to bring in is hydrogen, which I will do up here. Fluid drop-off. That worries me. Where do we make borax? Oh, it's running. Ooh, not running enough, though. Okay. We might have to expand borax production, which I guess shouldn't surprise me. We've only got... whatever. 4 times 1.86. 7.5 raw borax, and I think that is a 1-to-1 ratio. Yeah. So yeah, this build all just needs to be made bigger, and we can do that. Let's add that to the to-do list. Oh, expand rubber is also on my to-do list. I forgot about that. Expand borax. Also... well, we're doing silicon processing dependencies now, whether we like it or not. Okay, so this will be hydrogen. Hopefully we're making enough hydrogen. This will be the borax. And then one of our electrolyzers, if I can find it in my inventory, there we go. To make diborane. Do that. And actually, I probably don't want to do it right here, because right here we're going to have our outputs. Let's be a little smarter. Yeah, and this won't actually pull that much. So this is way overkill as far as the station goes, but that's fine. All right. So this is going to make diborane. Some of that will go towards the diborane tank, and then we also need to put some into another electrolyzer to make boric acid. I need both products, and I don't really care. If I grab this, what's the speed on this thing if we switch it to boric acid? All right, cool. So this will use everything that we give it as far as... which means that I think I want to do it as an overflow. I don't necessarily love that idea, but this is going to make more diborane than we need. So what we'll end up doing is... first things first, lining up our station. But yeah, if we pump this in here with an overflow, then this will have to fill up a whole bunch of diborane first, but it will ultimately make all the boric acid we need. And then another fluid pickup on the other side. All right, and that'll be the boric acid. Well, no, it won't. Now it'll be the boric acid. Okay, So this is just waiting for borax, which I need to go expand. But otherwise, that'll give us diborane and boric acid. So both of those can be considered done on YAFC. And then that just leaves the zinc acetate as our one remaining input for doped silicon. So let's get that build done, because I did grab the mixer when I came down here. At some point, I need to figure out, like, what I'm doing with this row of builds and where I want to, like, loop around and make another box. Something like that, I guess. Would be fine. But for now... 1, 2... and the end. And then the zinc acetate is going to be a real quick and easy build. Okay, cool. Let's clean out some of this mess, because it's all in my way and I can't see what I'm doing. As always, trees are the real enemy. All right, so this is actually pretty easy. We're gonna have a fluid drop off here, a solid drop off here, and a solid pickup right below that. And we'll start at the top. So, fluid drop-off needs to be acetic acid. Bring in a tank full of that. That will be combined with here. Trainload of zinc. In a mixer. We can just, like, bonk that right down. Zinc acetate. Alright. That'll pull in 3 zinc a second. Cool. There we go. And coming out of that will be 0.2. Ouch. Zinc acetate a second. Which will come right into here. All right. That is silicon dependencies done at this point. Get rid of zinc acetate. Zinc acetate. All right, so we do have to fix, I think, our two bottlenecks. Rubber is a bottleneck, and what did I say? Borax. Yeah. Let's take a look at that. I don't remember if I had a plan for expanding rubber. Did I, like, make notes? Nope. Why would I have made notes for myself? That would be too easy. Alright. But yeah, rubber is very much limited by... Oh, this has no... That should not ever be happening. Or maybe it should be. This will pull... This will make one rubber a second in its current form from half a latex a second. And our latex production is 0.4 per second. All right. So it's tempting to try to push all of this up to 1 latex a second. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see, or maybe we should see if we have better rubber recipes at this point. All right, so we want rubber. We're currently making 1 a second. We'd like to be making more like 2 a second. So... using oleochemicals instead of organic solvent is better, but oleochemicals are still expensive for us. So I think this is what we have to do, and we do basically just have to double up a lot of our production. Polybutadiene is still only 1 factory. Carbon black is still only 1 factory. Okay, so we don't have to upgrade those at all. We do need a second heavy oil refinery, and we're going to have to improve our latex production by quite a bit. Yeah, and that's... Maybe it's time to do sap tree Mark IIs. I mean, not that sap extractors are, like, hugely expensive or anything, but... And then sodium alginate is... That's fine. We'll also need a little more seaweed. All right. So I think this is kind of what we want to do. Except we already have some of the buildings for this placed, so I'm going to have to see... Here, let's... shopping list to blueprint. There we go. And pull in... All right. And then we just have to change some of these requests because we already have some stuff in place, right? So we can lose 6 of the high pressure furnaces. We can lose 2 DDCs. We can lose some of the sap extractors that we already have down here. We have 16 of them. We can lose 3 washers, and we can lose 6 of the soil extractors. All right. And then if we're losing... There we go. I think that's right. And we're just going to hope that we have enough formic acid, because, like, we're making formic acid, not just from rocks, but also because we need it as an input to Waller synthesis. So we have a lot of formic acid sitting around now, and I'm hoping that we can get away with using it for latex. I could be wrong, and this could be bad, but we need to improve our rubber production, so... how's glass doing? Yeah, okay, so glass is... Petri dishes are kind of just turning back on, because this just got a load. Glassware is, like, totally empty. Oh, and glassware is empty because of rubber. That's right. I don't know what these ghosts are that are here that it thinks are missing coal? Oh, it was a train. It was a train that had a request. I don't know why some of my trains have requests. I must have clicked something wrong when I set them up, but some of my trains have requests for fuel instead of whatever. All right. Oh, we do have enough sap trees, which is surprising to me. Cool. So yeah, should be no problem doubling our latex production and our rubber production. Just gotta wait for the bots to bring the stuff. And then as far as our borax production goes... I think we just need to upgrade this to, like, just be a full belt instead of whatever I half-assed here. And again, I think that's 6 times 1.42. Yeah, this will do, like, 8.5 or something. So we want to upgrade this to be a full, whatever we need for a full belt. Which I guess we could figure out in YAFC while the bots are bringing me all this stuff here. You know what? Yeah, let's do that while we're waiting. Let's make a borax tab. Making borax. We'll make a belt of it because it's 1-to-1. From borax washing, raw borax from crystal mine. Okay. So that's... And then the muddy sludge gets electrolyzed away. Yeah. Set fixed ingredient consumption. It's just what comes out of the electrolysis, so 300. No? Fine, be that way. Oh, nope, now it's real sad. Let's unlock water. Default list, void. Unlock it. Set fixed consumption. 300. Oh, I need to add the production. Water pumping. There we go. Now it's working. Alright, so yeah, this is what we're going to need for the borax. I don't want to set that up right now. Oh, we're not going to have enough of these on the way either. Okay, we need to make a few more, I just realized. Sap extractors, soil, and iron plate. $23. There's one more on the way somewhere. There it is. Cool. All right. I probably really should think about upgrading to SAP Mark II, but I have plenty of space down there for more SAP extractors, so we're going to do this the stupid way. And we're just going to set up a bunch more of them along with the rest of the build. All right. And this nice... Yeah, this whole build just gets torn down, I think. As nice as parts of it... Oh! I didn't account for... I forgot to deal with seaweed. That was my bad. Yeah, 25 seaweed crop facilities. Up from 4? That can't be right. No, it's not right, because that's not the recipe we're using. We're using the better recipe. We're using seaweed 2 here. There we go. 10. Alright, so we're gonna have to get more seaweed facilities. That was my fault. But we'll do everything else. And then we'll also grab the stuff we need for borax mining. We'll grab those, or for upgrading our borax, we'll also grab the rest of the seaweed that we need. But seaweed should be relatively easy to expand. Let's see. Each limestone machine makes how much? 0.4 a second, of course. So that runs 4 of these. Yeah, that's just... We're gonna redo our whole limestone routing everywhere, I think. Okay. I think that's right as far as that part goes. We just have to get our... and then... all of this and all of this goes. And we're just going to redo this as just kind of rows of different buildings instead of the relatively nice, neat columns that we had. The sort of clustered builds. Oh, I also did not take steam into account. Ruh-roh. How much steam do we need? Yeah, 2.5 electric boilers. All right, let's add our missing stuff. Seaweed crop facility. We need 6 more of those. And electric boilers. We need 2 more. Excuse me. Ooh, I'm sorry. Okay. So, let's start with... Yeah, let's do the sodium alginate. That is in high-pressure furnaces. All right. 1 and 1. That's fine. And then these also need water in, which we'll do at the top, actually. I'm just doing this at the top because we have a little more space for pipes and inserters at the top. Because this also needs to bring in... whatever this is, limestone. And then our output is, yeah, 0.2 a second from each of these, which is a gray inserter. No need for power on top, which is fantastic. Okay. All right, so that's sodium alginate. 1 a second. We've got our limestone coming in here. How much limestone do each of these need? 0.05 a second? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I will do what I was doing before, and we'll loop it around. All right, and then the only thing that's going to be a pain here is getting the saline water hooked up, which... Oh, no. We got to go further up here even. Okay. There we go. Only a little bit messy. All right, so that's feeding in all of these guys. That's feeding the sodium alginate. So now we have the sodium alginate as an output, and that needs to go into DDCs along with... Yeah, 5 DDCs along with creamy latex and formic acid to make latex slabs. Okay. Did I not have extra? Oh, I do. I think I had maxes on these requests, so it got a little bit confused. That's fine. 5 DDCs, okay. Which are slightly larger than these guys. But that's fine, actually, as far as layout goes. Okay, that's formic in. And then we also need the creamy latex. And we will get that build set up right over here. These guys are going to be outputting 1 a second of latex slabs and feeding into all of those. All right. All right, so I think that just leaves, what do we need? We need steam up here. We should have one of those electric boilers in our inventory. And I don't know where it went. I'm losing my mind. I definitely picked one of these up. Interesting. Yep, losing my mind. Then water for this also needs to kind of come over this way. That'll be good there. Those don't need anything else. These still just need their creamy latex input. And I think we also need... How many machines making limestone? 17 soil extractors. Well, I have actually 16.3 here, which is a funky number, and I only have 16 with me. So let's grab... Oops. We're going to need one more electric boiler. And we're going to need... I'm going to say 2 more soil extractors, because I like nice round numbers, mostly. Okay. So the soil extractors here... Oh, and we are coming up on an ad break in just a minute. Let's see. This build probably won't quite be done, but we're redoing things we've done before, so I'm not going to be overly concerned with doing absolutely nothing during the ad break time, but I'll try not to do anything too exciting, as always. I do recommend take the opportunity of the ad break to get some water, stretch your legs, and take care of yourself as a human being. And we will finish up all of this when we return. So I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Let's see, how much water do we need? Just 1 pump. That is delightful. This one. A train is stuck. Great. I'll have to check on that. Let's actually just do that now. Where is this train? What? Okay. No, seriously. How is this happening? That's all fine down here, such as it is. But seriously, how is there exactly 400 hydrogen in this again? Oh, because I once again didn't set this filter. Oh my god. Okay. I got rid of the hydrogen, but I didn't fix the filter. Alright, we're gonna have to go over there and fix that. May as well do that while we're waiting for the ad to end. Alright. Think. Hopefully that fixed it. It's interesting that we end up with, like, when this gets a hydrogen delivery. Like, exactly. Oh, of course. Because what happens is this pump... Alright, I understand now. Yeah. So the pump would get filled with hydrogen. This pump would pump all the rest of it into the hydrogen tank. And then as soon as this was out of ammonia, this pump would push its 400 hydrogen into the tank. That's why we were getting just one pump full. Understood. All right. Let's go back to this build. All right, welcome back. I appreciate everyone hanging around during the ad. So, I think as far as latex here goes, we're missing a few buildings, obviously. But we do just need to get the creamy latex input here. Everything else should be pretty much good to go. Yeah, this side isn't running because we don't have the two at the top and the plumbing's coming in from the top. So this is not going to be running full speed just yet. But yeah, these need power too. Let's do that while I'm thinking about it. And then let's get input for our creamy latex, which is 8 washers. All right. All right, that is 8 washers, which do need to bring in... Oh, these also need limestone. Okay, I knew we needed more limestone somewhere. And sap. So we'll go ahead and we can just split this limestone here. Right over. And that'll merge in with our sap in, and these will come right through here. Yeah, we can do... All right, and those will be making creamy latex as soon as we get... power. And then we need our sap extractors, which are going to be... I mean, these don't have any inputs, right? These are just sap. Yeah. Oh, and that's only half of what I need. Yeah, I need 40, not 20. Good job, Brandon. You can count. Okay, so I think we need to grab our soil extractors, our boiler, and our remaining seaweed facilities from the mall. And then this thing can, like, actually fully turn on. And that will be doubling our latex production. And then to double rubber, we still need to go make some changes to the rubber factory area. Because that also was not really made to be scalable. So we're going to have to go rebuild part of that so it's cleaner blocks of things. All right, bots, bring me my stuff. Oh, soil extractors are down here, aren't they?
I'm in space!
Jay Drifter, thank you so much for the resubscribe. It's really, really appreciated. What am I doing? I'm looking for soil extractors. There we go. And then I already have the other thing I need, right? Yeah, I've got the heavy oil refinery. Cool. Let's head back down there and let's finish doubling rubber. Okay. That should be all that's needed for this to go. Oh, we don't have CO2 all the way down. Is that a connection issue? It is. There we go. All right. Cool. I think this system should be all set and should be able to make 1 latex a second now, sort of as soon as it finishes actually turning itself on. And then over here, we just have to change this whole setup because I made it relatively compact, which is cute and all, but kind of a problem now. All right, so our actual inputs to rubber are carbon black, okay, carbon black and latex, and then the polybutadiene and the organic solvent. So this needs 0.5 carbon black. There's the latex. So if we take our carbon black, and this can output 2 a second, so I'm just going to go ahead and no, this is fine. 2 of these is fine. Okay. So that's that part. Now we just need a spot where we can put 2 of these guys next to each other, like up here. Rubber from organic solvent. Oh, I forgot they need the heat input. Oh, okay. Right, and then I've got this build that's leeching off the heat from this. That's why I built this here, was to steal the heat. Okay. And that's fine. It just means that I can't do this quite like this. Let's figure out... Yeah, those are inputs to this. I don't want to mess with that. These guys need only 750C. Do I have heat pipes? I should. Yeah, okay. So, like, we'll bridge those two like that, and actually we'll even go one closer. So, like, that's that. With this feeding heat into each other like that is fine and actually works better. The input is a couple of these. And then the output is... Ooh, that's the only issue with that, is we have to account for where the heat pipe output is. We want to make sure that it's tileable. Yeah. Okay. So there's that part. Now I just have to figure out where I can put these guys such that we can get their heat inputs figured out and their... Oh, do these not use power? No, they just use heat. Okay, in that case, we're not going to use these. We're actually going to use gray inserters. And that's purely because these guys don't currently need electricity, and I don't want to have to run electricity to them. So if we do these guys, like, over here... I don't know where I have heat. I have lots of heat here. So, like... Here is fine. We just have to reroute some of the fluid inputs to this thing, which I'm okay with. And then heat pipes, like that. Well, in that case, let's go... Let's go one lower. There we go. And then this guy... Actually want to flip, because that'll just connect right in there. Aromatics will come in around the other side of it now, and that's fine. Okay. That's good, that's good. This steam output needs to be dealt with so that this void works right. Let's get that over. Done. This is low temperature. It's getting back up to temperature, that's fine. These are getting up to temperature, yes. Okay. So that leaves... I need to get the water input for this figured out. Let's just get this whole water input gone. These guys don't use that much water. Alright, water input is back for that. And that just leaves getting this belt down to here, which is easier said than done. All right. I think that's it. I think that'll do what we need. Oh, I just have to flush this water. Oh, and get the organic solvent routed. I didn't route the organic solvent. Okay. Where is organic solvent currently routed? Organic solvent is routed up here. Oop, too far. Cool. Cool. We're still low temperature, but that'll catch up. 2 megawatts should be plenty with a coal power plant. Yeah, that's nothing for a coal power plant. Perfect, perfect, perfect! I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, we just have to get, like, the output belt. Let's do that. Output belt will come through here. All right. Oh, cool. And these are up to temperature, and they are spitting out rubber. So that is rubber doubled. Cool. And then, yeah, this will have to finish getting back up to temperature. That's fine. Output is full on benzene. That's bad. It's actually really bad. What about BTX? BTX is pretty much backed up. Let me find a place where I can see my liquid fuels. What is our input to this? 240, 240, 240, 240. Okay. Well, on the bright side, for some of these things, because I know that I have, like, 2 places where I make gasoline, like, our gasoline is not completely backed up. But everything else is pretty much backed up. And that doesn't feel good. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Rubber is done. And this will actually help a little bit with our liquid fuel usage because rubber was blocking glassware. So getting rubber running twice as fast will help with glassware to keep running, and that'll help with our overall fuel usage, because everything that is glass involved all right, there we go, that's fine. I'm just making sure that we're over-spec'd on all of our inserters here so that this will ooh, shoot. I was gonna say, making sure we're over-spec'd on all of our inserters. But there we go. That and carbon black goes into those guys. Rubber can go to the output. Okay, that is rubber done. We don't need that request anymore. We don't need that request anymore. Next on the to-do list is expand borax, and I did already put this into YAFC. So this is what we need right now. I'm not going to do 8.04 crystal mines. I'm going to do exactly 8 of them. Which is still 10.5 of the washers and everything else. So let's grab this for our shopping list. And let's see, import blueprint. Borax. Except we want to fix this for what we already have. Let's see here. We have 4 mines, we have 6 washers, we have 6 electrolyzers, and we have 4 of those. Okay. So we already have, we need 11 more washers, we 3 more electrolyzers. No, sorry. We need 7 more washers. 3 more electrolyzers, 4 more mines. We don't need the outfall. We don't need the pump. I think that's right. So let's head back up to the mall. Let's collect this stuff. We'll get the borax increased. Oh, and we are, well, science is stalled again. We'll have to see if that's a breakage or if that's just because my science is always kind of in waves. But once we have the trits research, we'll want to start making our first few trits to start breeding them. Because we'll need a bunch of trits for fiber optic cable. Alright, let's check on the status of science while the bots bring me my stuff. We're missing Logisci again. That makes me nervous. Yep, apparently rightly so. Oh, it's lard. Okay. That's unsurprising, but disappointing. Yeah. That is a problem. Okay. But it's not really a problem we can do anything about right now, so... Let me just double check. I said that we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah, 10 washers and 6 electrolyzers. Yes, and yes. All right, cool. We've got everything except a little bit of landfill. I'm not going to worry about waiting to receive that. So let's head down to... head down to borax and get that expanded. This is like old infrastructure. Let's redo these power lines. Actually, let's do it here. Oh, nope, that doesn't connect. Okay. Never mind. We're doing it here. Did I not put that in the right spot? There we go. Okay. So that'll come up here, and then that feeds into 11 washers now. Not the 6 that we currently have. I'm gonna move all of this out of the way. Just so we can expand the washers. And yeah, that ends up making 15 a second. So 5, 6 of them. All right, and then we just have to deal with this output here. Well, here, let's do this first. This is oxygen out. We'll loop that back around to where it needs to go afterwards. All right, so this comes over here. Goes around. Goes up here. Through a top-up valve. Because we want to make sure that the electrolyzer and washer loop has an opportunity to prioritize its own outputs so that it doesn't back up when things get weird. And then this will make water. Oh, that's the washer, not the electrolyzer. Water from muddy sludge. We need 9 of those. Yes. And I just put down 9 of those. Yes. And then each of these also has a dirt output. Beautiful. All right, the water output needs to go to a outfall, and there should have been one of those around here somewhere. Did I pick it up? Didn't. Was it shared with another build? That's lead over there. This is oxygen out. Did I not have an outfall on this? Maybe I was looping the water on this one, which is always a bad idea. But I did do that on some of my earlier builds before I realized that it was a bad idea. So I'm gonna guess that is what I did. How much soil are we making at any given time? We actually do make 15 a second. All right. So 5 of these. We actually should do one more of these electrolyzers, because it's hard to split their output onto 2 belts. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. 5. Split out after that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, one more. So all of this, I'll figure out a better way to do. Except we want to make sure we actually get all of that, and that's fine there. So this will end up being somewhere like here. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do this. We'll do this. That's fine. And then we got to bring water in for this. And like I said, I think at one point I was doing not handling water outputs the way that I would in a current build. So I thought I would have had an outfall, and I don't have it. Which means that I'm going to have to run back to the mall to grab an outfall. Yeah, that's so weird. Okay. And then this needs a water input, which is easy enough. Okay. So what do I need? I need 1 electrolyzer because splitting things between 2 sides of a belt is hard. And I need 1 outfall because apparently I don't have one here. And I need to hook up the water input on this side. Okay, that's fine. Oh, doesn't quite reach. Okay. No, not what I meant to do there. Maybe we don't try to hook these up together. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe we just bring this right down here. All right, so those are going to run. And actually, a lot of this should be able to just run. Well, it'll run until this water backs up because we don't have an outfall. Yeah, so not for very long. Let's get up and grab that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on my to-do list. There isn't. So our next to-do list item is going to come from YAFC. We'll have to look in there and figure out what's next. But I think it's still pushing forward on silicon. I don't think there's much I can do about our lard issues until we have trits. I can maybe turn off some of the places that are requesting lard that aren't science. All right, there's our electrolyzer. Where's our outfall? There it is. Thank you, bots. Oakley dokalies. I think that is borax expanded. I probably want one more washer too. Yeah, I'll do it. Just like I wanted an even number. Just like I wanted an even number of these guys to properly fill the belt. I want an even number of these ones as well. And that is looking good. I think we can call that a success. So borax is expanded. How's the new stuff going? We have... All right, cool. We're making progress on this zinc acetate. Excellent. Making... Oh, lots of olefins. Yep. Still... No progress on this, huh? 74 products finished. So this is sitting at, yeah, 16K. So this needs like one more delivery of lard before it'll run again. And lard is a limiting factor for us. And that's going to be... That's an issue for lubricant. But we don't need the lubricant for doing... Let's find unified chips. We don't need the lubricant for, like, the main silicon processing. We only need that for... other parts of this process. I think it's mainly for the cermet. Maybe entirely for the cermet. Okay. But yeah, we can definitely do this. So let's do a silicon build first, because this looks easy. It is coal dust and pure sand into a couple of high pressure furnaces. That's a 2-station build. And then electron grade silicon is interesting because everything in it loops. So like eventually it's just like silicon in and 4 things out. But we are going to have to bring in, I think, a little bit of... I guess the hydrogen chloride. We're going to have to ship in, well, maybe hydrogen and chlorine. I'm not sure. But to bootstrap this process, we are going to need to do... I don't think I have HCl on rails, so I think we'll need to bring in a little bit of hydrogen and a little bit of chlorine. And that's fine. I'm sure that I have plenty of both of those. Yeah, so let's grab what we need for silicon, which is a couple of high-pressure furnaces, and for the electron-grade silicon, which is foundries, DDCs, and fluidized bed reactors. Okay. And yeah, oh, and we need a heat source, of course, for the foundries. I'm glad that I double-checked this. 3 burners, or I run it off of coal. 0.6 coal power plants. Yeah, let's just run it off of coal. We'll do a coal power plant. And as always, we get to wait for the bots, but I think we should have all of this stuff in quantities that'll work for us. Yeah, let's just start heading up this way, because this is where everything's being built. And that's it. Cool. They want to bring me some more, like, pipes and power poles and stuff, but I think I have enough of that for now. So I think we head on down to... Let's look at YAFC one more time, and let's figure out our inputs and outputs for each of these things. So silicon is going to be 1 input station and 1 output station. And then the electron-grade silicon is going to be 1 input station, 5 output stations. Okay, so this is 6 stations unto itself. So this is a whole collection of outputs. Plus, it's actually going to have 1 more set of fluid inputs for the initial hydrogen chloride injection. Oh, which we should make. What does that need? Oh, that needs a lamp. Ooh. Maybe we should go on a side quest. And think about the places we're currently making hydrogen chloride. We do it here for niobium. And we do it one other place. Here. But I think here our chlorine and our hydrogen are fully looped. I've gone through this thought process before. And then there's one here, but this is in the base. All right. So this would be the one to change, right? This would stop pulling in hydrogen and chlorine here. And we'd pull in, and stop pulling in lamps. And we'd just pull in the hydrogen chloride that we need. Because this outputs, yeah, the niobium complex, which goes to here, gives us niobium oxide, which combines with salt to niobium. So, okay, so we're not ever recovering hydrogen or chlorine from this. It's not looping those. Yeah, so I think I want to... let's set up a centralized HCl plant. Let's do that. That's making 50. Oh, and this will actually use more than that. That's funny. But yeah, let's just grab like 4 or 5 chemical plants, and we'll do centralized HCl. Here, let's open up the to-do list. And then we can do silicon, and then electron-grade silicon. Okay. That's a short to-do list for now. Let's find a quick spot where we can do that centralized hydrochloric. mean, honestly, we could do it like right around here, couldn't we? Or here. It's hard to do here. I'm looking at this. Well, no, because we could do it with a short. Well, not really. It wants to be half of a full 3. I got space here. What am I doing at the rest of this? Funnily enough, the sodium hydroxide production that doesn't make chlorine or hydrogen. Let me think. Yeah, we could do it. We could do it like right here. Or actually, do I have a spot right here? Yeah. Let's do that. Take it off here and go left here. So, top left of the base. Oh, I didn't actually get my chemical plants. That would be helpful. And actually, since we need to be at this part of the base anyway, and this is where the niobium is, let's just fix niobium so it'll start requesting HCl. And then we'll grab the other chemical plants that we need. Okay, so no hydrogen, no chlorine. Hydrogen chloride, yes. Flush the pipeline. Flush that pipeline. Hydrogen chloride. Filter you to... What can I set you to where you won't ever... Actually, can I do this with, like... I don't want to go there. No, I'll do it with the red wire. If I put this on red, and then I put you to set filter mode... Are you filtered to nothing, or are you no filter? Those are two different modes. Hopefully filtered to nothing. And then here, no requests for lamps anymore. Okay. So that should have this now, yeah, just directly wanting hydrogen chloride. We have a couple of the chemical plants that we need. We'll need a few more. Bots should deliver those as soon as I'm in range. And then all of these lamps I'll drop off at the there we go. When I do the HCl build, and then we won't actually have to request quite as many lamps initially, and it should be able to turn on a little bit faster. That is the hope. All right, so I was saying I could do this like right here, and I probably can, but let's be careful. Really, those ones can just go. And then I did... Yeah, I broke this. Wherever this goes. What is that? Is that going to... I don't even know. Oh, just radar coverage. Okay. I don't know why I put radar coverage that far out, but I did. All right, that means all of these are spare. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it is going to be an ad in just about a minute. Good opportunity for folks to get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human. I will, as always, I try to make sure I don't do anything interesting during ad breaks. I don't think this HCL build is particularly interesting, so I may just keep working on it. But I definitely will not start any of our new projects until we're back from the ad. All right, hydrogen and chlorine. Perfect. And we want both of those as our requests. Yeah, I kind of picked 5 chemical plants rather arbitrarily. So we'll see how that looks as far as an actual build goes. I think it'll be fine. All right, HCl. Okay, that looks fine. We got to do the output, of course, and we have to deal with our Lamps. Yes. So each of these takes in a quarter of a lamp, and there's 5 of them, so that's 1 1/4 lamp per second. Which means that is plenty. Let's do our outputs before we bring in that belt. And then these can also output lamps sometimes. All right, and the ad break is over. I really appreciate everybody sticking around. All right, do that. We feed that in with input priority right. And that is going to be backwards, but now it'll be right. And this train can't path, probably because I didn't finish, yeah. All right, so this will run as it can. Oh, and I got the hydrogen and the chlorine backwards. Okay. Let's change these then. That one will be chlorine. This one will be hydrogen, and if we take that filtered pump, we just have to connect the one to the other. Or really, connect that to that. Cool. That's fixed. And these all have a little bit of chlorine in them. Yes. We have lamps. Yes. Think we're good. Think we're good. Oh, no, we need to actually build the output station. That would be helpful. Okay. We're good. Think we're good. That'll be HCl out, so we're just waiting for more deliveries of hydrogen and chlorine here. All right, niobium is switched, HCl is centralized. And we can expand this if we need to, like... I made however many of these, but, like, we can do more. So let's, I think we can head down to where we've been doing all of our other electronic stuff and go ahead and start working on silicon, which I am very excited to be to be working on here. Did I do this right, by the way? Yes. Okay. Cool. I need to make sure that we are... for certain things that we're actually... like this. I only made one of these. And probably also boron and boric acid I did wrong. Shoot. Yeah, I need another electrolyzer on diborane. Boric acid is okay, and I need 2 more mixers for zinc acetate. Okay. This is the, and I've talked about this in previous streams, but just to repeat it, I'm planning everything around doing 1 full chip shooter of red circuits, but our early silicon processing sucks, and we get better with blue science. So, for most of this, we're trying to do it as if we had this better silicon wafer recipe here. But for now, we're actually going to use this much worse silicon wafer recipe. So I just need to make sure that when I'm building things, that I'm building, like, some parts of them need the better recipe, and some parts of them need the worse recipe. Okay. So I need to get 1 more electrolyzer and 2 more mixers before I head back down. Caught myself a little late, because we're basically down here. But if I don't fix it now... where am I? Oh no, we're not dead. If I don't fix those things now, then I will completely lose track of needing to do that. And that would be bad. Alright. Everything else the bots want to bring me is like standard inventory stuff, and we have most of what we need there, so... think we can head down and get to work on these silicon builds. So I think way at the end here, well, first let's fix diborane and boric acid, which is right here. This whole thing gets to move down 1. Each of these needs 1.4 per second of borax, and that's fine. All right, well, that was easy. I like easy. We're out of borax, but that's not surprising. Like, I did double our borax production, but... oh, no, it's stopped. I broke it. Cool. Why are we broken? You are set as a top-up valve, which means you should be outputting soil just fine. Oh, I didn't actually hook up. Okay. Let's go fix that. Oh, and I also didn't get the electrolyzer I wanted. Oh, no, I put it in. I just installed it. Confusing myself there. Let's do these 2 washers for the zinc acetate while I'm down here, rather than going up there to do other things first. Let's, How much zinc total is that? 9 a second? You know what? Let's just... Each of these needs 3 a second. Okay. And each of them still only outputs, 0.28 a second. 1, 2, 3. All right, that is a... Woohoo! Produce 1 million ash. That's a lot of ash. All right, let's get borax fixed again, because I apparently broke it when I fixed it last time. And then, is it here or is it up the next aisle? It is here. And then we could go back down to, well, electronics land where we just were. And... all right, hopefully these will be able to empty dirt faster than these can output it. Or approximately as fast as they can output it. So I think we should be in the process of, well, unbacking ourselves up. This is going to have to run for a while before these can turn back on. It's basically got to purge its whole, like, soil loop, which is unfortunate. But it will turn back on. And it does look like this system is working. Besides being full on oxygen? No. No. We're not full on oxygen. Or we shouldn't be full on oxygen. What? There it goes. Not sure why that pump wasn't pumping. All right. So this should all be able to run now. Yeah, these are running fast enough that this is starting to turn on. It's going to take a little while before the whole loop kind of unclogs and can run full speed. But that's okay. Did that on the to-do list? That was not on the to-do list. That was a side quest. Let's head back down to electronics processing land, and let's get back to work on silicon. That is... All right, so I think here... What do we have for our total? I remember I was just looking at this, and I've already forgotten it. So the electronic-grade silicon is 7 stations, because we do need to bring in an initial bit of HCl, even though... even though it's fully recycled, we still need it to kickstart the system. So we need a station for that. So that's 7 stations, and then the silicon itself is just 2 stations. One for pure sand and coal dust, and then the output. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So what we're going to do is here, we've got 3 stations available. So we'll do those 2. And then we'll do another T, and we'll do another 6 stations. And that'll be... the 7. The leftover one here, plus the 6 new ones, will be the 7 that we need for the second stage of the processing. Hopefully that makes sense. So, solid drop-off. And solid pickup. And our requests here are pure sand. Whoops. How did I do that? Pure sand. And coal dust. Okay. All right, and those will feed into just 2 high-pressure furnaces. Okay, that's easy. Making silicon. Now they want... yeah, 4 and 4 items in, so that is a large input. It actually won't quite run these at full speed. It'll run one of them at full speed and then one of them at 7/8. And then 2 a second output. And then that output comes right down here. to the provider station. Okay, that should be... That'll be silicon. Cool. Easy peasy. And then we needed another T here. Find that. And then this is going to be a slightly more complex build for the electron grade silicon. But I don't think it's going to be, like, atrocious. It's just a little bit more complex. I'm expecting... Yeah, let's see what this looks like. It's only... Yeah, it's only 3 steps. Just a lot of it is the outputs that need to be, like, filtered off. Yeah, we're going to have 3 outputs. 3, like, byproduct outputs. So let's do those first. And I'm just keeping everything matched up between these columns on this particular build. Just because all of these columns are right next to each other. And it looks nicer on the map when it's all like... Because a lot of times you'll see my builds near each other and I don't get the stations quite aligned. But it does look nicer when they're all aligned. Alright, so these are going to be our 3 outputs. And I did make them solid pickup stations, right? I did. Because these are all byproducts, they are all going to be high priority. And then I guess what I will plan to do is bring this particular byproduct output like here, and then do this. So the first one will be iron ore. How much are we outputting of each of these? 0.15 each. Okay. And then we'll do it again for copper ore, and then for aluminum ore. Copper ore. And that'll be the aluminum ore. Okay. So those are 3 of our byproduct outputs for this thing. Coming in from this side. And then over here, we're going to have an output, of course, for our actual electronic grade silicon, and we need an output for ash as well. Okay. So a solid pickup station for... This one will be for the... Well, it doesn't really matter. But it's another byproduct. Which I guess means that it's for the ash. And then we'll have our actual output here, and I'm out of blue inserters, huh? All right, we're gonna have to go get blue inserters soon. This will be our main output. And then up top, we're gonna have our main input. And this is gonna request silicon. And it's also going to request the coke that we need for our heat. Silicon is 2.5 per second. So we can do like 2 of these guys out. Let's not do it there though. Let's do it down here. And then we'll do the coke wherever it makes sense to. All right, bots. Clean up for me. I can't see what I'm doing. We do have, cool, a little bit of silicon already. So, in here, for the electronic grade silicon, the first thing we have is silicon plus the hydrogen chloride goes into 5 fluidized bed reactors. I think I actually want to do these vertically rather than horizontally. So let's do this way. We'll grab these, which are going to do trichlorosilane. Yep. And let's get rid of 4 of these until I figure out what this looks like. All right, so that's our hydrogen out, and this is going to be reused in a 3rd stage later on. Our input needs to be, oh, the HCl. Let's leave a gap here. No, actually, no, we don't, because we don't have a solid output, right? It's just the trichlorosilane. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. So this will be our output, trichlorosilane. And then we'll have HCl. Which is an input to this, and we'll also have an output from another stage. We'll need to put a buffer tank in there and then feed that from a requester station to bootstrap the process. So the other input to this, each of these only wants half okay per second. That's fine. All right, so that'll be the trichlorosilane. And then that goes into 3 DDCs. To make pure trichlorosilane. Ins and outs and ins and outs are... These are all fine, actually. So we'll do this, like, here. Because these are going to be our inputs. And then all of our byproduct outputs come from these, right? That's the, like, 0.1 whatever of everything. So we'll take those, run this down to here, and we already have all the filters set up on the other side for that. And then, lastly, we have the actual pure trichlorosilane coming down. And that is into 5 advanced foundries. Okay, let's get our advanced foundries to make the electron-grade silicon. Okay, so the trichlorosilane comes in. Oh, this is a miserable setup. This is actually awful. Let's flip this vertically, and we'll do... Will we do? Because, like... No, I don't like that. Let's not do that. And I'd like to do it this way, which I think is fine. I just have to figure out these two that are right next to each other, because whoever designed that connection is a spiteful, spiteful person. There we go. I guess we don't actually have to go that far. We can do like that. Okay, that's not so bad. And then we have this one, which also comes down. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. And then we have our heat, which will come off on one of the sides. So if we put these like that, make sure we leave a gap there so we don't merge the HCl output and the silane output. The other option would be to try to use the HCl output on this side, but that seems worse. Then we do need to do this. So that'll be the heat pipe in for this whole thing. Hydrogen. And then the HCl output needs to be fed back up here. And again, we'll need to feed in HCl there at some point. Now, as for the outputs of this, I think we're just going to have to use long-handed inserters and accept that that's our life. I don't love to do that, but it is an awful lot cleaner than the alternatives. And we make a grand total of 1. Yeah, 1. Okay. And then power, 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 power. And probably actually will want to reroute power because we need to drop down this guy here. And then output of that, how much coke is that using? 1/4 of a coke a second. All right, so that's fine with this. Then I need to bring the coke around, which is just going to be this. All right, that'll be the heat. This is the chlorine here. So I think what we want to do is we want to grab one of these tanks, actually. Set it up. Nope, not that one. That one doesn't have enough inputs. Let's use one of these tanks. And we will pump in there. And we will add a top-up valve here. All right. And then we'll run from here, fluid drop-off. So this will be the hydrogen chloride input. To the whole thing. All right, that should do what I need. That should leave enough buffer space for, like, this whole system to not overflow. So I think... other than needing a huge amount of inserters. Oh, we don't actually want to request 70,000. We only want to request 1 train load. Because this will never actually be... we won't use more than a few thousand out of this. So instead of having this sit mostly full, we'll just bring 1 train load of whatever that is, 25,000. And, you know, I guess it'll all get transferred to this tank because this is a 30 KL tank, and 80% full on that is like 24,000. But, oh, maybe I want to use a smaller tank then. I mean, the 10 KL is really all we need for this setup. Alright, that's fine. That way we know for sure that this won't drain and request another train full. Cool. Silicon. Apparently all my trains are in use. Don't really surprise me, but no. Well, no. We have trains sitting around. Why can't you find a train on the allow list for this station? Specifically for this station. Interesting. And also terrifying. I never like it when I'm seeing weird behaviors from CyberSyn. It makes me nervous. All right, we're going to head up to the mall for just a little bit. I want to fill up on blue inserters because we need heaps of those. And we'll clear out some of the crap in our inventory while we're up here. Yeah, why can you not find trains for this delivery? That's really deeply concerning, CyberSyn. Because, like, there's plenty of the silicon. There should be plenty of... plenty of coke as well, floating around the base. Ooh, we don't have enough hydrogen. That's wild. All right, and we are set up to pull from this first, and that looks like it hasn't totally backed up. Couldn't find a train on that specific station. But why? But why, Yafsi? All right, well, I'll head down there. Maybe my bots will build some track or something, and it'll fix itself. Although usually... I said Yafsi, I meant CyberSyn. Usually CyberSyn doesn't care so much about actually being able to route, right? Because it relies on the game to do that. So I don't think it's just like a missing tracks issue. It could be, but I don't think it is. Wait. Oh, it was the inserters not being built that broke. Is that a new behavior in CyberSyn? I feel like I've seen Cybersyn make delivery without my inserters being built yet in the past. Interesting. I'll have to check the changelog. That's fine though. So yeah, this is gonna get its deliveries pretty quickly, I hope. Yeah, there's the first delivery of silicon. And the other one's gonna be coke, which is gonna fill up from several places in the base that make lots of coke. All right, I think we can call that done. I mean, obviously, we still need to see it turn on. But we should have that first electron-grade silicon pop pretty quickly. And, oh, yep, there's coke. And that one there, oh, was there something wrong with, what was wrong with hydrogen chloride? No hydrogen? I've already forgotten. Yeah, no hydrogen. Okay. I know we do make hydrogen from syngas here. Yeah, but that is low. And of course, we also make it from wherever we make chlorine, our saltwater electrolysis. Yeah. And I should be making some hydrogen from some other things somewhere, right? Like, isn't hydrogen an output from some of oil processing? The answer is yes. But not right now because our light oil is backed up. Which is backed up on aromatics. Which is bad. Yeah, and that's backed up because my aromatics sink right now, I think, is diesel. Which is just full, right? Like, full up on diesel? Yeah. And that's back to our whole, we're not using enough liquid fuels thing. How's glassware going, though? Rubber is still... Oh, you know what? 1.33, so these will pull 2 2/3 a second. Each of these makes 0.4 a second. Is that really 0.4? Yes. And I need 2.7. Call it 2.8. So yeah, I need a lot more of these. I don't know what I thought I was doing. I think I just forgot that I had to increase the number of these that I have. Yeah, we need 7 of them, and we have 3. So I need 4 more of those. Let's just grab that right now and do that. Automated factories, 4. And then that'll fix some of our glassware throughput issues. These should be getting up to temperature. Yeah. But until we get our first delivery of HCl, that's going to be in rough shape. But fixing glass, as much as the two seem totally disconnected, will potentially help with that, right? Because getting glassware running at full blast will mean not just more fuel demand from glassware production, but also other parts of the base involved in science that are almost certainly now stalled on glassware. And all of that will help use up the liquid fuels that are blocking production of more hydrogen, right? So all of this, it's all interconnected. So let's get those automated factories and whatever else the bots feel like bringing me in the meantime. Let's take a look at what's broken with science. Is it still Logi-Sci? It's still Logi-Sci. And it's almost certainly still broken on lard. Yeah, okay. That's not surprising to me whatsoever. So yeah, maybe we're not going to see much more glassware demand then. But either way, the glass system will still spend a bunch of fuel catching itself back up on glassware production, because it's been pretty far behind. Cool. Let's go fix that, and then it's not a lot I can do to, like, pre-game for Trits as far as getting them started in the creature chamber. They don't need any particularly weird or interesting inputs that I noticed. Let's go ahead and take this, do like that. How much rubber do we need? Oh, only 2, 4, 6, 1.2. Yeah. All right, that should help a lot, well, a little bit, with glassware production, which has been one of our major bottlenecks for a long time. Ooh, where's this guy going? That is still... Now that I've improved my glass a lot, I want to see where we're still... And rubber. We doubled rubber, and we just fixed a bottleneck in glassware. So I want to see if it makes sense wherever this guy is going that's set with only 100 as its glassware request. Like, I want to start increasing some of these request thresholds in some of these builds. where it makes sense to do that. So I just want to see where we're going that has such a small request. Sure. Good alien samples. But this is also requesting, like, 8 things at 2 stacks each. I mean, we could put everything up at 10 stacks each, couldn't we? And it would still be... Yeah. Yeah, let's set our request threshold here to 10 stacks, and everything is going to request 15 stacks now, which is a lot, but that means that we're bringing in like half a train now instead of just a couple of stacks. There we go. And this should, some of these things it'll immediately get dispatches for. Other things are going to take a little while longer. The DNA polymerase, we can probably do the same thing. Why do you have barrels? Surely that's not part of this process. DNA polymerase, yeah, the threshold will go up to 10. We'll request... Oh my god. We'll request 15 of everything. And obviously this won't, like, use any of this any faster, but it will, it just means more of this stuff will be buffered here, and we'll be sending fewer trains back and forth, right? We want to take advantage of what trains are good at. Like, this is probably a small load. This one I know we can switch back over to... Oh, no, this one's good. This one's good. All right. Yeah, this is doing half trains. How much is this taking? Oh, at least half a train. Okay. So I fixed some of the places where I had small request sizes, but not all of them. We'll have to check some of these. Some of these other bits and bobs around. Stack size 20, that's good. What about here? What's our request size here? Yeah, 2. I think we can do a full, like... full requests for this one, because all of these are things that I have available in quantity now. I think same on this side. We go up to full... full train requests for these things here. Science here. Request threshold of 5. We're gonna do half a train instead of a quarter of a train. So we'll do all of this here. I don't want to be going any lower than a half a train if I can avoid it. Again, a lot of these things that are requesting just a couple hundred at a time are ending up... ooh, yeah, and this is another one that should be... we'll do half train. Ooh, not 120. We'll do a half train here as well. And let's find where I'm making poor alien samples and check on that build. Because that probably also should be updated. Oh, and this probably needs a lower threshold. Let's see. Is it this one that's the input? Is it there? No. Is it these ones? Yeah. If we're going to be delivering half at a time, what are these stacked to? 100. So we want this to be less than like 20 stacks. And then I think same over here, I probably have a similar thing. Yeah. All right, and that'll let it buffer buffer 20 stacks here rather than just like 4 or 5 stacks. And the other thing I want to do in service of increasing buffering is stop reading the belts. I did this because I wanted to get deliveries pushed through when all I had was stuff buffered basically on the belts. And it's like, okay, I have 100 of these sitting on the belt. But at this point, I think things are moving enough that we can not count that as input anymore. And that oh, I didn't actually check. This inputs to this is all correct. Outputs is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, this is just running. And it's like half full, so it's doing fine. Alright, so yeah, these will try to buffer significantly higher now. These will try to buffer, like, period now. Oh, we don't have how do we not have phalangy? What? So we're pulling like 2 a second. And this makes... Well, no, we're not pulling 2 a second. Maybe we are supposed to be phalangy limited on this build. I thought we were limited by... Oh god, was there a changelog thing with phalangy? That would be unfortunate. I think they changed phalangy on me. Look at that. This wants 8 phalangy plantations for the Primus build. I have 4. Cool. Alright. Let's get 4 more Fawaji plantations, and we'll fix this one. I need to read the changelogs more closely, I guess. You know what? Let's just save this real quick. Let's go into... I guess it'll be alien life. Can I search in this view? 2024, 1129. No, I don't see anything with Fawaji. Huh. Maybe I just always had it wrong. That's a possibility. Okay, so we need 4 more Fawaji plantations. Let's get those, and let's head to the base. Fortunately, Fawaji is easy to deal with, but I am still surprised that I would have gotten that off by that much. They're not coming from up there. Oh, there we go. That was apparently only 3 of the 4. Oh, is one of them coming from storage? Yes, okay. Let's head back over and we'll fix that. I'm not sure if it's gonna be... I mean, I don't know what else might have gotten... I'll have to, you know, I can read through more of the other high change logs on my own time and make sure I didn't miss anything else. But... Alright, I should probably go steal some Fawaji from another build instead of waiting around here. What do I need? 6? No. 5, 10, 14, 20, 30. Oh yeah, 10, 20, 30. Yeah. Math. Alright, where do I have Fawaji? I have a bunch over here. Yeah, I have a bunch over here. That looks fine. Let's go grab it from there. Whatever that build is. Ulrich's, probably? No! Rock food. Either way. So this should get primers going at full speed at least. Primers are just a miserable thing to craft, but that's okay. I'm hoping I have enough primers stashed away where they're needed, that it'll be okay that we kind of changed how we're buffering things. Yeah, we have a lot here. Each good alien sample is only one, and then each good alien sample turns into a bunch of science, as I recall. Yeah, 18 science for each one good alien sample, and I have like 80 good alien samples. Although the question is, will we be able to get a delivery of those good alien samples? And that's a different problem. Well, I didn't update the request thresholds on this one yet, did I? So... yeah, let's actually do that. Let's fix our good alien samples, minus 15, and mechanical parts, minus 15. And then let's check our mechanical parts build. But I'm pretty sure at this point that is just not a problem. That is just not a problem anymore. Okay. Excellent. And then... right, that's what this is. I've walked past this like 3 times, this dead end that I built here, and I remembered I built it for a reason, but I couldn't remember why. It's mechanical parts. It's because we have all of these intermediate components that we will eventually want to be pushing out to rails separately, because we're going to need them for when we rebuild them all. That's what it's for. Alright, Fawaji is running now at a better speed. Science is still blocked on lard. Yes. And again, there's not really much I can do about that. Everything else that wants lard should, like, buffer it and back up. So, like, eventually science will turn back on. That's kind of all I can say about it. Is, like, eventually oleochemicals will back up. Eventually, yeah. And of course it is running oleochemicals right now. But, like... yeah. This will back up eventually. Lubricant, oleochemicals will back up. So eventually science will turn back on. And we have plenty to build. What I did want to check is why this is not running great. And it could just be that this system is still figuring itself out. So this will do a little over, well, it'll do as much as can fit on one belt, right? So we'll do 15. Oh, that's the issue. I'm just an idiot. I put gray inserters on here. So for the 3rd time, we need to go fix this. Because those should not be gray inserters. Those need more than a blue inserter of throughput each. I don't know what I was thinking when I built that. I probably wasn't thinking when I built that. All right. Oh, and I didn't have the belt all the way. Well, wait, no, it was fine where it was before. That's right. Because we had the inserter at this point. All right. So that should help quite a bit with these guys trying to empty themselves. Which should let... Well, again, the whole loop has to kind of like stabilize on clearing the belt of dirt, and then how much and then 1.6, yeah, we should really do. Should really do blues on the outputs there. And then what we're probably going to see... Yeah. Is these are going to be draining themselves because they're so backed up, and it's going to take a minute for these guys to, like, clear out their dirt buffers to the point that the ones in front of them can run. But this will be running full speed at least. And then, yeah, these are going to be sitting still, waiting for muddy sludge to filter through every once in a while until these get further along. Okay, that's fine. This is like the third time that I'm going to say that that build is fixed. And hopefully I mean it this time. Alright, yeah, science still wants lard. There's nothing I can do about that. This is actually just running, which is great. No microfiber, huh? Oh, it's being made. Okay. And then down here, how's all of this going? We don't have the electron-grade silicon yet. No. We did get our first delivery of HCl. So these guys should have run. And output some pure... Oh! Did I not actually hook that? God. Why am I so bad at this game? Alright, that's another pipe to hook up. But afterwards, we should pop the milestone for the first electron-grade silicon, and that'll be cool. And then I think we've fixed enough things that are weird and or broken. Here, let's see this actually turn on. There it is. First electron-grade silicon. Yeah, and that recycles... hydrogen chloride. Beautiful. And then these use hydrogen exactly as fast as these can produce it. I could put a buffer in there, but I don't think I have to. So electron-grade silicon is going to be coming right into here. And ash here is from, yeah, from the heat. Okay. That is looking good to me. I am shocked that we don't have coal dust. What? Yeah. Wow. That's new. What uses that much coal dust? I should also have coal dust here. Yeah, but it's also kind of a trickle. Interesting. I'm low on coal dust. Nope. Craft. Alright, so I can make it from raw fiber. Separation of tailings, yeah. Ash separation, yeah. Tailings dust to coal dust. Oh, interesting. I could be running this, I think. I need to figure out what to do with the rich dust. But I think I do need rich dust somewhere. There we go. Crush coal into coal dust. Coal processing 3. Blue science. Okay. No, we're not making rich dust anywhere. Okay. Is that what it's called? Yeah, rich dust. Which is a way to make chromite sand. And it's needed for Bodos. Okay, so we will need the rich dust. Oh no, that's a turd recipe replacement. That's not normal Bodos. So we still could do tailings dust to rich dust if we so desired. Ooh. Hello, fully backed up on acid gas. Hello, fully backed up on sulfuric. Wow, okay. Well, I was worried about sulfuric acid when I set up all of this Waller stuff, but apparently I didn't need to worry about it. We still don't have enough hydrogen either. That's a problem. Okay, these are running though. We might need to make this build bigger. I mean, it's pulling... It's already doing 200 a second syngas down into hydrogen. That's... I don't know how much bigger we can get. Okay. So yeah, electron-grade silicon. Running. We've also... Let's flip over to YAFC and let's see what we're at here. Looking at unified chips. So we have... Yeah, diborane, zinc acetate, electron-grade silicon. Alright, so the next thing is silicon wafers, which we're gonna do the crappy way first, and then upgrade to the less crappy way. So... That means if we switch this to 0 a second, we'll pull set ingredient consumption to 1 a second. Okay. So this is what we need initially for silicon wafers. And then we will migrate over to this build, which uses... Alright, it's like a totally different set of buildings. Besides the 2 automated factories. Okay. That is fine. So we want 2 automated factories and 1 jaw crusher. And we're going to output, yeah, a few different things. We'll figure that out. And then ideally we want to do this at a place where we have room for... Sorry, let's set this to 1 again. Yeah, I mean, we have some of the same inputs, right? Aramid fibers, electron-grade silicon, the graphite. This adds a few other inputs. And then it loses its byproduct outs, which is fantastic. Do I do blue gas to ash usually centralized, or am I doing it kind of all in one place? This is bone to ash. This is flue gas to ash, and it's just on the output of this. Okay, so that looks like I've been doing it kind of as part of each individual build, and that's fine. We'll do blue gas to ash here. We'll add the quenching tower to our build. So it's still 2 outputs and 1 input, because everything is in such small quantities. So that's just 3 stations and a few buildings. Okay. And what was the last thing? A jaw crusher. Let's head back up to the mall and grab everything we're gonna need for those, whatever they're called, silicon wafers. Yeah, and I think science, again, until the other things that we currently have large demand in kind of buffer and back up, I think science is just going to be slow. And then once we get trits, and once we start rendering trits for their photophores, science should pick back up. That's my hope. But I'm loath to do anything funky to try to get more lard until... Well, I guess we could do... cotton guts, right? Don't they make a bunch of, relatively... I mean, they still have a bunch of other stuff. Oh no, come on, come to me. There we go. That is everything we need. Okay. And then the upgraded build uses a few electric arc furnaces and a bunch of electronics factories. The hope is that wherever I build it, I have the space to do that upgrade. And I think we should be able to do that upgrade in place. Worst case, I have to build the new silicon wafer factory somewhere else, decommission the old one, and reuse that spot for something else. That is also a totally fine option. Or even just leave the old one in place. I think that would also probably be fine. Just it's a much less efficient use of resources, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another turn. Now we're facing up. One, 2. Yep, perfect. Look at that. It's almost like it's built on a grid or something. So that'll be fine. I'm not sure what's going on with the edges of my radar range here. Is that me? Is that purely just me? Let's move back. It's not just me. What did I do? How do I have this funky little... Alright, there's that. Oh! Because I have a fuel station. Okay. That's why. Fuel station messing with my radar grid. But that's okay. I don't mind that so much. As long as I know what's causing it, I'm happy. What do I need for radars? I need iron plates. Okay. Before we go finish laying down all those rails, I'm gonna go grab some iron plates. We're gonna make a few radars, because we need to expand the radar range along the bottom here, for whatever we're gonna build. But we should be able to lay out just a bunch more of these guys here. This block will come around and connect up here, at that 4-way. And that does a pretty good job of dodging this lake. It doesn't really dodge this lake. We're gonna go over this lake. There's not a lot we can do about it. Unless I want to move some things around here. Or go, like, down and around and, like, up this side somewhere. But that's a pretty long looping connection, and I don't love it. So I think we're just going to accept that we're going to go over this pond. It's not a big pond. It'll be okay. And how are we doing here? Are these working better? They're certainly trying. Huh. Oh, I think this ran out of rubber and had to get another rubber delivery. So maybe we want to buffer a little more rubber here. But it does look like glass is generally running. We're fully backed up on optical sets. We're doing good on Petri dishes. Those are buffered well, and, you know, the last few of the machines are turning off, and it's just glassware. Which we're going to see some demand for, because I swapped some requester stations over to buffering more at the request side. So it is going to take take a little while for this to catch up with all of that, but I do expect that it will catch up. I also need to grab some asphalt and destroy a bunch of trees and get this part of the backbone of the rail network to be a little faster for me to walk through. This is all new in just the past few sessions, so... I'm probably going to have to go all the way back up to the mall and get more rails or something. Well, maybe not. Maybe we'll get lucky. Almost certainly more signals, though. Yeah, more signals. And possibly more elevated. Maybe not. All right. Yeah, we just need a bunch of signals. And other than that, we're pretty good there. Let's get these radars placed down where they need to be. Oh, I'm going to need more of these. But why? Am I missing one somewhere in the system here? I must have missed one. Where did I miss a power pole? Oh, there it is. Missed a whole corner. Okay. So that is the corner that we were wanting to see. And we could swap this this corner here out for a T. We wanted to go like around here, or we could do even for a four-way if we wanted to expand out here. But let's get silicon wafers set up, because I think that is a pretty straightforward build to start with. So, solid drop-off station, and again with the trees. This has been an absolutely awful area to build in. There's so many trees. All right, so what are we requesting? We want to bring in electron grade, no? Electronic grade silicon. We want to bring in graphite, quartz, and aramid. Quartz ore. Sorry, I was looking for a refined quartz. That's not a thing. All right. So, first things first, quartz into a jaw crusher. We can do that just like right here. Crushed quartz. It's 5 a second. All right. Do that. And we output 1 a second crushed quartz and half a second. All right. So you will be crushed quartz. And you will be stone. We actually want to do 2 on stone because this is a probability. Yeah. So if it crafts a stone for several crafts in a row, we don't want it to stall because that stone has started to accumulate. We want to always be able to get it out at that 1 stone a second. Which really just means that I should do this. We'll do a solid pickup on the other side. And that'll be the stone. With a high priority because it is a byproduct. All right. So now the crushed quartz goes in with, no, literally everything else. Okay. To make the silicon wafers. So crushed quartz. Don't care what the other side is. We'll do the aramid. Why not? Nothing needs more than 1 a second, right? No. And then we'll do over here electron grade silicon and graphite. And then that all feeds 2 factories. Total input from the near one is 1, and from the far one is less than 1. Okay, so this works. Wow, I got, like, all my belts backwards. And then there's going to be a flue gas output here. Which, well, no, let's do the output of the silicon first. So that's going to make a 1/4 per second. And it does not go there. It goes like there. To a solid pickup station. All right, that'll be our output. And then the flue gas come up here to a quenching tower where it is made into ash. up to 2 a second. I don't think it'll be 2 a second. But just to be safe, we'll build for 2 a second. Okay. That is... Again, besides needing 1 million signals, I think that is good. So this is just waiting for the actual electronic grade silicon, and the output of that is still buffering. That's fine. Are silicon wafers in our things that we get achievements for? No. It looks like nothing... oh, we'll get it for the optical fiber. Okay. Alright, let's get everything powered. Power that. Power that. Everything else here looks like it has power. Yes. Okay. So I think we can head... Let's head back to the mall. Let's go ahead and gather... Well, actually, while we're getting the things that we're going to need, like signals and stuff, I think we can also say silicon wafers are done. So it's the doped silicon that comes out next. So we're going to need, what, 3, 6, 7 of these gas processing units, which are a new building, which means we'll need to get those set up. And then I think we can... we can possibly... words. Hard. Sorry. I think we can do this. I think we can get all the doped silicon being manufactured. I think we have everything that we need for it. My one concern is that maybe we're not making enough rare earth oxides, and we're going to have to grow that build. But short term, the doped silicon build is going to be very silicon wafer limited anyway, until we get to blue science and we can switch over to the better silicon wafer recipe. So... I'm not overly concerned about us sucking down too much of the other inputs. Okay, let's get... Oh no, we don't need these things. We need these gas processing units. And again, we need 7 of them, and I don't think we're building these yet. Which is always scary when it's a new building. Because there's always the chance that there's some weird intermediate that I don't have available, and then I'm going to be sad and have to go on a side quest. In this case, gas processing units... I don't have... Do I not have nichrome available on... Surely I have nichrome available on... That is nichrome. Ah, but it's fed directly to bots. We're not buffering it, and we're not putting it on... Okay, we can fix that. Let's just take this whole thing... Oh, I gotta go up twice. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So that'll get Nichrome available eventually. You know, whenever I actually have enough Logibots, which is apparently still not the case. Everything else should be available for this to be delivered. Yeah. You know what? Forget that. Let's go all the way. Let's just run this as fast as it'll run. Probably we can't, like, buffer anything else fast enough for that to matter. But, meh? Yeah, there we go. The bots are able to start grabbing Nichrome now. Excellent. So they'll be able to start making these. Unfortunately, they're going to be a pain for us to make by hand because they have so many intermediates. Cool. Yeah, this is running great. That is what I want to see. And then this should be... Yeah, this is limited by other inserters. So, like, yes, it can consume a lot of Nichrome, but it'll be limited by other things, and the Nichrome will make it up to this build to some extent. But that is a lot for just one of these. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for those, what else can we work on? We're not doing the doped silicon. Lubricant is actually done. Yes and no. Okay, yeah, we've got this lubricant upgrade that I need to do eventually. That I'm super not doing right now. This, like, lubricant... This lubricant from aromatics that makes lubricant and sulfur. And we need that for our full, I think, amount of lubricant. We're only making what one olefin plant can make right now, which is fine. Should we just go set up ferrochrome? No, we don't have stainless. Do we have stainless steel? The answer is yes. We have the stainless steel tech. Okay, let's go set up ferrochrome while we're waiting. Then, that's 5 smelters. Because that won't take long to build. That'll be a quick one. That is a lot of bots carrying a lot of stuff up here. So yeah, those will get built relatively shortly. I think all of my bots are free. No, we have some bots available. Okay. Apparently we're low on rail cars again. Yeah. We are. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe we are. All right, we're waiting for the last few of those smelters to get delivered. Come on, bots. I guess I could just find where we're making them and pick them up myself. All right, there we go. Do I have room to do this where I'm doing other alloys? I'm doing a bunch of other alloys and stuff over on this side. So, like, I'd like to put it over here in the alloy zone if I can find a spot. But if I can't, it's not a big deal. Does look like I could. I could put it, like, here-ish. Oh, or maybe just here. No, not there. It needs fuel, so it needs 3 stations. It needs its input, it needs its output, and it needs a fuel. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about where I potentially want to put that. Maybe right here. I've got 3 stations available. But it is ad break o'clock, so I'm gonna go ahead and let the ad run. I appreciate folks hanging out through the ad, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I'm going to step away and get some water, stretch my legs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Take care of yourselves as a human being. Welcome back, everybody. I do appreciate everyone who stuck around during the ad break. All right, we're gonna try to find some room over here. We're gonna make this work. We need... we already have fuel here. Okay. In that case, we don't need another station. We can just do this right here. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, and also, what is this? Raw coal? Don't care. Goodbye. I need to start doing that in more places, but I did finally install the Ore Eraser mod, so we're going to be cleaning up, which is going to be great. All right. So, our inputs for ferrochrome are iron plates. They are chromium. They are carbon rods, which I think are called graphite. Yes. All right, and that is half a belt, ouch, of iron plate. I'm actually just going to do a whole belt of iron plate. Then I'll do chromium and graphite sharing a belt. Let's do that. Bop-a-da-bop, bop, bop, and we need to feed that into, well, just 5 smelters, but apparently I made a bunch of them. These are all going to make ferrochrome. And then this belt comes over and down. Okay, so what's our input? 1, 0.33, and 1.66. Okay, so we're going to do 2, 2. I think is the way that we do this. And on this side, we're going to have our fuel input and then our final output of the ferrochrome itself. Let's see, where's our fuel pipe? Okay. And then we need an output belt. Each of these makes 0.66 a second. So, of course, we're going to need power on this side as well as... Ooh. What did I do? I misaligned my... Oh, no, I didn't. I'm just an idiot. Well, I did misalign. But it's kind of Pyanodon's fault. Because this is one of those buildings that it's hard to tell what the edge of it is. Okay. That's fine. That is fixed. Now, yeah, output. We need an output on each one of those guys. Nope. Then we will have an output on this side. All right, and that is going to be ferrochrome once we get all of our initial trains in. Does look like that should go relatively soon. All right, what other things can we be working on? Well, let's see if we have these guys yet. We have 5 more of them. How many are in my inventory? 2? Yeah, that's great. That's all the ones we need. So we'll go ahead and let ferrochrome build itself. And then we can grab we'll grab the rest of those buildings. And we can go do all of the doped silicon. I will be pretty... I'll be pretty happy about getting to that point. Having full silicon processing going. Alright, bots. So those gas processing units, please. There they are. Two more on the way. Okay. There we go. And I got an extra one. That's okay. Okay. So let's go do, if we look at YAFC one more time. So this is where we're at. We do still have a few more of these. I think we can do a lot of these base materials, the nickel silicon, the silicon carbide, the phenol, bakelite, we should be able to do once we have that. The various types of silicon are obviously important, and getting these in is like apparently the last thing we need for transistors. We'll need cermet for microchips, silicon carbide and nickel silicon, so a few other bits and bobs in some of these dependencies, but like we are getting really close to being ready to start making all of these like intermediate components, the like actual components that go on the circuit boards, which is delightful. We are gonna need to adjust aluminum so that it can put out aluminum pulp. I don't know if I did that already. Let's check our aluminum processing. We can put out molten aluminum. No, we don't put out the aluminum pulp stage 1. Okay. So we'll want to do that. We'll want to expand this, add another station, or maybe do it down here, but I think I can expand this down. And we'll have an overflow on the aluminum pulp stage 1 to another delivery tank. And that will just get us... I'm just letting the bots bring me a bunch more stuff because we're going to have a bunch to build to do the, to do all the things we need to do. Okay, let's go do the aluminum thing first while I'm thinking about it and just have aluminum pulp available. All I gotta do is blow away the end of this. Oops. And a fluid pickup station. There. And then an overflow valve, like here. Let's actually do it here. Just because it's easier to route the pipe. Wrong pump. Cool. And that's going to be a slow but steady process now. Because these don't make, like, heaps of this stuff. We only make 66 a second. But that'll just have time to buffer. And then hopefully by the time we do need it, when we start building all of the electrolytic capacitors and one of the other components needs it, we will be more, oh, wow. Look at all those trains. I love it. I love it so much. Some of the train logistics with the way this built has with the way this base has been built are kind of a hassle. But like it's absolutely doing what I wanted it to do, which is to have all of these little trains zipping all over the place, making deliveries. So it's good to see. Very cool. It's exactly what it was supposed to be. Ooh, oh, just signals. Okay. How are we doing on this stuff? Slowly but surely. We might do a manual movement of some of this electron grade silicon over to the doped silicon build, just for just to get it started, just so we can see it work. Otherwise, I think it's going to take a little while for it to turn on, just judging by how slowly that... Oh, look, we need more signals. I can make a few at least. Did I fail to remove any that I needed to remove? Not really. Okay. Make some more. Okay, so let's look at this build. If we're going to do all three types of doped silicon simultaneously... You know, do I even need silicon wafers anywhere else? No. Maybe I get rid of that output and we don't even rail these things. And we just hook up our inputs and our outputs. Yeah, maybe we just connect it all. Maybe that's better for this kind of build. And I think that is what I'm going to do. So, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of all of this. Cool. So, we're going to have a fluid input that takes in a bunch of things. And a... Ooh. Here's a question. Okay, so we can't do all the silicon doping yet. We're missing antimony pulp. Which means that we need to upgrade our antimony processing to the latest antimony process. But we can do everything else, and we can get it, like, started. Yeah, so we're going to bring in the phosphine gas, the etching solution, the antimony pulp, and the diborane. We need to bring in zinc acetate and rare earth oxides. And if we look at the silicon wafer build, like, do we want to try to bring more stuff in here? Not really. We don't really have space for it. So I think we are just going to do a second input station for some of those solids. So this one is going to bring in zinc acetate, and it's going to bring in the rare earth oxides, which we probably also do need to improve our build for, but we'll worry about that later. All right. And then we're going to need a fluid input. And this is going to be like a huge input. This is going to have a ton of stuff. Three or four things? Four things. Okay. All right, so we're going to have phosphine. We're going to have, whoops, etching solution. We're going to have that antimony pulp that we don't make yet. And we're going to have diborane. All right. So that is all of that. And then same here. Diborane. Antimony pulp stage 2. Phosphine. And etching solution. All right, that's all the fluid inputs to this. And then down here, we've got these inputs, which hopefully are on the way. They are. All right, so we've got kind of 3 different builds around here that we have to do with this. One of these is going to make heavily end-doped. And then the inputs to this are the wafers plus the oxide. And that's 1.5 items a second. All right, we'll just do 2. And an input belt. All right. And then next, light N type. I mean, basically the same thing, right? One of these I only need 1 machine of. It's the heavy. Yeah. Oh, and this is also wrong because I need space for an output belt. Light N and light P. All right. And let's actually flip this one so that they all have etching solution coming in at the same place. Because we'll actually connect that to a single, like, etching solution bus here. And then we'll have to bring in their other fluids, of course. And then they all need outputs, which I didn't do. Not sure if it's actually going to be good to go out that way. Maybe we go out this way. All right. So this guy needs zinc acetate and some amount of these, and like all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, and then the last one goes back to the beginning. I know this is not a perfect balancer, but like close enough. Because we have basically 7 machines here. So we're gonna take like 3 of these and go to 1, and 3 of these and go to another one, and 1 of these and go to the last one. And then those will each get merged with whatever they need to get merged with. So like these need to be merged with zinc acetate, which is only 0.84 a second. All right. So zinc acetate. And like these are not precisely ratioed correctly, but like the goal is to make sure that this trickle of parts here is more or less evenly distributed amongst all of the all the different machines. And then this one, these three don't actually have anything at all. Merge with them. And then this one has a whole bunch of rare earth oxides. 3.2 a second, yeah. So that'll be a couple of these guys. Coming down. And this. A little bit messy, but it'll get the job done. All right. So yeah, this trickle of silicon wafers that we get should be approximately now correctly ratioed coming through here for the different here, let's get rid of all that. Oh, no, no, no. Here, let's spread all these out. So now a lot of these just need their various fluids. Yeah, okay. So I think we can start. I mean, let's start with this etching solution bus. There we go. Etching solution. And I guess I can do phosphine since I'm right here. Phosphine. And that just leaves the diborane. And again, we don't have the antimony pulp yet. So we will have to do that later. That is too far. That is gonna be awkward. Okay. I think that's our 3 types of silicon. Now, basically, I mean, we're waiting, obviously, on a lot of fluid deliveries here, and that's going to take a minute. Just, oh, I could probably temporarily set this station limit to, like, we should have a bunch of etching solution wherever I make it. It's around here somewhere. We do. Yeah, we have enough for a delivery, for 2 deliveries, actually. So that should get dispatched. Yeah, there we go. 2 more. 1 for etching solution. 1 for more phosphine. Excellent. And then we're going to have to work on upgrading our antimony processing now. Because we do need that antimony pulp stage 2. Let's just have a 1. Oh, these input like 5 things. These input 1.4. Okay. So let's, yeah, that should be fine. Mostly because I don't want to have to put down another, well, I mean, I guess I can. There we go. That's the better way to handle that for 5 items. Oh, there we go. That is our first couple runs of processed silicon wafers. Oh, these output 2 a second, 2 a second, 2 a second. Yeah, okay, I need another output on all of these. Lol. Okay, so with those 3 outputs, let's go ahead and get all of this routed over to... I guess I was going to do it here. I was just going to put our 3 output stations, like bop, bop, bop. All right. And then we're going to have, just right through here, our 3 types of silicon. I think I have this misaligned. Oh, look, I do, but fortunately it doesn't matter. Positioning was arbitrary. Okay. Think I could see what I'm looking at. That looks good. Yeah, I still need some more signals because I always need more signals. But other than that, I think we're good. We've got 2 of our 3 types of silicon coming through. in each of these will be just pickup stations for those types of silicon. It would be cool to have the heavy N-doped running, just so I have all 3 types. So I think that does have to be our next thing. Also, why is this stopped? We're out of electronic grade silicon? Okay. Is that just because it's slow, or is that because... Yeah, it's just because it's slow. Okay, I'm fine with that. You know. These aren't really ratioed perfectly between the different factories, so we're gonna have bottlenecks. But that is a huge step. Bop, bop, and bop. Why don't I have... Well, I did something wrong. Oh, I know why. It's because... Okay, I have to leave those ones in the chart. Because of how I'm doing this with the silicon wafer recipe that I want to stay here, the blue upgrade recipe, these guys are like a required part of it, actually sorting out what's what. So we're waiting on... We need this for optical fiber. We can't do any of these guys yet until we get complex circuit board. Does look like we might have... And we also need that for our better formaldehyde recipe, which I think I wanted to use. Maybe for Bakelite? It looked like I hadn't decided yet what formaldehyde recipe I wanted to use. But we do have this molybdenum-based formaldehyde recipe, which I might actually already be making. Am I already making formaldehyde? Is that why it's just not on... Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're already doing it. We just don't have the recipe yet. And that's fine. We'll get that when we do the actual electronics research. So yeah, we can't do... Let's go back to this. We can't do optical fiber yet. We can't do, I don't think, any of these things up here yet. I guess we should be able to work towards the printed circuit substrate, which means we need the Bakelite and phenol. We can work towards the nickel silicon, silicon carbide, the tinned cable, and then lubricant stays on the list because we need to improve our lubricant build once we get blue science. Just like silicon wafers stay on the list. Surmet, I think we can do. I think we have the tech for that. Yeah, we got that from this integrated circuits one. Oh, and that does also give us microchips and transistors. Okay, it's just MOSFETs that we don't have. Okay. So yeah, we can do Surmet. We can do Bakelite, we can do transistors and microchips and diodes. So there's still a bunch that we can do towards red circuits. Okay. As always, it's just kind of pick one and do it. We want to do silicon carbide first. I don't hate that plan. Or the nickel silicon we could do. That would be an easy build. That's just, I mean, a few inputs and an output. That's just 2 stations. That's an easy one, in fact. Silicon carbide is 1 input station and 3 output stations, which I think I have room for over here if I wanted to fudge things around a little bit just to make it fit where I'm already working. We've got room here for 1 input station, and then the 3 output stations would be over here. So we could do the processing kind of right through here and then get all of our outputs lined up. I don't necessarily hate that plan. Tinned cable is a straightforward build. That's also just well, I say 1 input and 1 output, but that's a lot of tin and a lot of copper per second, and we might want it to be two inputs. We might want it to be 2 inputs. All right, I need to break through this analysis paralysis and pick a thing and do it. Let's do tinned cable, because then we can do... Well, no, we can't, because we need the heavily end-doped silicon. And for heavily end-doped silicon, we need the antimony pulp. Let's do the antimony pulp. Let's get antimony 2 set up. That's going to be our magic... All right, well, this is what we need to output. So let's just, like, figure out our inputs here. Ooh, all right. Yeah, this is going to stink. All right, and then both of these can be turned into the antimony with, no, we don't use coke, we use fiber as our fuel here. And the antimony field mining is, well, whatever fuel I want, although I'm sure wherever I'm making antimony right now, I have it hard-coded to 1 fuel, and I should probably fix that. The other things we're going to need heaps of as our input is lime. Which I guess we should probably make centrally, right? Like, we should just set up a big lime build. Let's do that. Lead acetate that I'm not making yet. Cool. Oh, and we need a lot of that. Okay. That's another big centralized build. So we'll do lead acetate. We'll do lime. Use slaked lime in, like, an efficient way. No. Not yet. Okay. The other lime? Oh, from shells. No, we're not doing that. Yeah, you'll do limestone on site and whatever. We'll bring in, like, a belt of... Whatever it takes to burn a belt of coke, that's the scale that we'll do this at. There we go. That's its own thing. That's its own thing. Okay. Fish oil we make. We might have to scale up our fish processing significantly. That is a lot of fish oil a second. How many fish a second is that? It's over a fish a second, and it is 5 slaughterhouses. Yeah, we're not making anywhere near enough fish oil. So it may finally be time for us to look at fish too. And then the Dow froth. Okay. Now we finally do need methanol. Cool. We're making a little bit of methanol, and I'm not sure how we're doing it or where we're doing it. And then ethylene glycol that we need somewhere. Oh, no. More pure sand. Always great. Slaked lime. Make that on site? Yeah, I guess. Chloroethanol. Do we need this for anything other than ethylene glycol? Not for a while. Okay. But maybe we do make this as its own build. Chloroethanol. Brings in ethylene, which I need to make... Ooh, I can make that from BTX. Okay. I do have plenty of BTX sitting around. Or alternatively, from methane and iron oxide. Methane is kind of free, isn't it? Like, that's just moondrops. Have to think about that. And the other thing we need is ethylene chlorohydrin, which I'm assuming is only used for, yeah. Oh, good, more silver, more ethylene, and chlorine. Okay. So, yeah, water and ethylene, however we decide we want to make it. So there's a Yotoi to ethylene recipe, which is great just because it's, well, alien life, but Yotoi is a pain. So, like, do we just set up moondrops for it? I'm using the lowest level moondrop everything. We could still bootstrap moondrop 2s if we decide we need them, and maybe we finally do. This is a pretty big recipe. But, like, if we do this all from moondrops, CO2 drops as well, yeah. So yeah, moondrop Mark 2s would be nice here. This gets everything down to a much more manageable number of buildings. And then pressurized air is free, and then we just need to bring in iron oxide, which we have plenty of sitting around. 1 silver a second is a lot of frickin' silver. And obviously this is making so much more antimony than we actually, like, need. But the other thing is we could bring in the CO2 that we need for the chloroethanol. 80.4 a second instead of making it from moondrops. Don't know if it really matters. But like these building numbers, yeah, that's like, even if we don't do the CO2, we're still looking at 16 moondrop greenhouses. That's with the Mark II moondrops. So I think I do want moondrop Mark IIs. Okay. Cool. So this has turned into a whole cavalcade of side quests. Link this, allow overproduction. There we go. I mean, certainly we could do smaller scale on some of the antimony, but I don't know that it's necessarily necessary. Yeah, I think we're turning the antimony grade 4 right into antimony oxide right now. Let's see in game what our antimony build looks like. Yes, we turn the antimony grade 4 directly into antimony oxide. So we're just adding some additional steps like on the tail end of that. So converting it to the crushed antimony, and then to the dust and the okay, this just loops around a little bit more antimony grade 4 because of course it does. Yeah, to the crushed antimony and then to the antimony dust, which makes the pulp stage 1. And then the pulp stage 1 gets turned into pulp 2 and concentrate. And pulp 2 is made available for circuits. And what did I just do? Just did a thing. Allow overproduction there. No, there's something else that I need to allow overproduction on. Lime. There we go. Okay. Where am I actually doing my antimony mining? That's a question. Here it is. Oh, and it is a proper fuel station. I did it right. Cool. All right. Well, we have some work to do. We got to improve our fish processing. We're going to need a lot of fish. We're using fish 2 right now. 7.5 fish farms is what it says we need. How many fish farms are we currently using? 10. Okay. So, like... yeah, maybe? I'm not sure what else we'd be doing with fish right now other than turning them into fish oil, actually. Yeah, okay, we do have 6 of these for fish. Alright, well, we might have to upgrade because fish oil does get used for other things as well. But we might actually be okay on fish oil. Thank goodness for that. Alright. So that leaves this, oh, okay, pressurized air, that's fine, whatever. We need to do a big lime build. We need to do a big, I say big, lead acetate build. We're gonna need to do... I'm still not sure if this is 1 build or 2 builds for chloroethanol and ethylene glycol. But we're gonna need both of them too. And then we need to decide, like, for methane production, do we really like moondrops? Is there a better option now? I mean, maybe we do fertilized moondrops instead. That'll be a smaller build. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fertilized moondrops. So much better. Oh my god. Although for the actual moondrops themselves, we might want to do moondrop 1 still. The ones to make seeds. Alright, that's not so bad. Okay, the ad is starting shortly. We'll figure out what we're doing when we get back from the ad. I think we're gonna have to go off and start doing some of this weird stuff for the antimony dependencies. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll figure out which part of this we want to do the build for first. I recommend everyone get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human while the ad's running. See you soon. All right. Before we move on, there's something else that I want to check, which is ash processing to silver. Yeah, so we have no frickin' silver plate. And this is something that I was afraid of. Do I get a better silver recipe anytime soon? Yes, I do have a real silver recipe. From lead silver dust, we can make silver. Okay. Yeah, and right now, we only turn our silver lead dust directly into lead. Alright, we could adjust this to set up silver, although there's not really a good place to have silver be, like, picked up from here. Maybe this is the impetus to finally rebuild lead. Ugh. The to-do list is getting long. But, like, we're just not making enough silver plate here. Via ash processing right now. So, I mean, we do have lead processing. Yeah, so this is the processing that we're using for lead right now. Let's take a look at that. Do I have a lead tab, or did I get rid of it? I don't have a lead tab. Okay, let's do lead. So we're going to bring in belt of lead ore a second. Goes to grade 2, to grade 3. Silver lead dust. And finally to silver plate. 0.3 a second. That is just not enough to do this antimony processing at full scale. And maybe we shouldn't be trying to do it at full scale. Maybe I should be forking off just a little bit of antimony to get to this antimony pulp too. But let's we get lead 3. Yeah, that gives us a ton of new processing options. Do any of these need to go to new things? No, it's just from this stage that we go to the silver lead zinc pulp. And then refined silver dusts of various stages. And then that can go right into silver plate. 1.3 a second. We're still nowhere near... Well, we're not near, but we're also still pretty far from the... What do I need here? 1.16. Okay. So this gets it. But this is blue science lead processing. Now the reality is that we're not going to be pulling a huge amount of the antimony pulp stage 2 right now. Just because if we go back to unified chips and we remember, we're limited by our silicon wafer recipe that we're using, right? So if we get rid of a good silicon wafer recipe, which was the wrong way to do that. That's fine. Yeah, we're only using 3 a second of this antimony pulp. So, like, what if instead of... Okay. Oh, and that works out pretty well, actually. Let's just set this to 1. Okay. So this, then, tells us what we actually need as far as processing from the antimony grade 4. And we're actually going to take antimony grade 4 as our input. Then we'll turn that into the antimony oxide still. Okay. So in that case, we just need a few machines, varying scales and sizes that don't quite ratio correctly. But we just need a few machines to get this antimony pulp 2. And then we just have to make sure that our antimony oxide output from this is correctly prioritized as the right it really is tempting to do this at this scale. Just because these buildings all line up a little bit better. Gives us 10 a second out, which is plenty of extra. And then we make sure that the antimony oxide is prioritized as an input there. And then we only need 0.2 a second. And I think on the lead, we turn all of our lead into silver. Yeah, 0.3 a second. So we do still need to add silver output to our lead build. But not so bad. Lime build is... This is kind of a biggish build. Maybe we do this smaller, but I was just like, let's just bring in a belt of coke and scale it for a belt of coke. Which is maybe not quite the right thing to do, but it seems easy enough. So we do need to do this lime build. This is obviously way overkill for how much we're gonna need, but again, we're just gonna do a big build, so we have it. Lead acetate at this scale can be a small build. Acetic acid, hydrogen peroxide, lead acetate. Yep, that's fine. We'll probably do this like double size. We'll do 2 mixers just so we have a little bit of extra. Well, maybe not. What do we need lead acetate for? Absolutely nothing else besides antimony pulp. Okay. And... yeah, everything else looks relatively normal. Alright, let's do this lime build. We want 5 high-pressure furnaces and 26 soil extractors. It's just a couple of stations, huh? Why is there a water output? How did I achieve that? There we go. High-pressure furnace. Soil extractor. This silicon that's in my inventory should be put in with the rest of it. This zinc acetate can go in here. Is actually right. Sure. There's a couple of places where we could do it a little bit differently, but I think it's fine. We could save a couple of splitters where sections get... There's 8 total outputs, and we have 3, 3, 1, and 1 looping back. For the 2 that have 3, we could save a splitter. Because they're basically getting, right now, both outputs of a splitter fed into them. But I also just don't care, to be honest, about saving a couple of splitters in what is a temporary solution. You know, eventually we're going to have enough silicon processing that we won't need to worry about how it all gets distributed like that. Alright, high pressure furnaces are probably coming from up top. Yep. Let's do this one, let's do up here. I've been doing a bunch of random builds up here. So I think we can do our lime here. Near, actually, don't I have, maybe not? Is it not down here? I thought it was over here. Ah, there it is. Yeah. Do lime near sodium hydroxide. Why not? All right, so lime needs 1 input and 2 outputs. Yeah, we can do it right here. So we're going to bring in... We're going to bring in coke, and we're going to bring in a lot of coke. We'll bring in the whole frickin' thing of it. And 5 of these dudes. Actually, 1 second. What's the ratio? Yeah, 10 a second limestone and 15 a second coke. So I am gonna do this there. Oh, we need what, 5 of these? There we go. Making lime. So yeah, 3 in will be, I guess, 2 inserters. And on this side, yeah, 2 in and 2 out, doesn't really matter. Okay. And yeah, that's why I moved that. There we go. Output. We're going to have a solid pickup on this side. And a fluid pickup on that side. Okay, and that's wrong. Ooh, I'm out of belts. I didn't even realize I was this low on belts. I should have gathered more belt when I was at the mall. That's okay. We will deal with that momentarily. Let's put this in place. High priority on the CO2 output, since that is a side product. All right, so all of these now just need their lime in. Which is going to be a ton of soil extractors. Yep. And there. Shoot. Nope. Let's give it a little more space on this side. Could actually do it like here. Maybe it should go here and loop around. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. How did that happen? Yep, I got those offset somehow. Ah, I see where it went wrong. Okay. So I need a bunch of belts, and other than that, this is a nice lime build. No, it's not. Water. How much water does this actually need? Okay, just half a pump. Not even worried about it. Okay, let's go grab the belt that we need, and we can Call lime finished. All right, there we go. That'll help with some of our belt issues. There we go. That is gonna be... probably this is outputting enough that I need to be doing, like, yeah. I need to be thinking about the sides of the belt. There we go. And then this is going to make buttloads of CO2, which I will have to make sure I find a use for. But I can always find uses for CO2. Okay. Oh, excuse me. All right, so that's lime done. As part of this, lime is done. Oh, I need to think about methanol. Right. I wanted to see what my current methanol build is. I know I'm making methanol somewhere, but I didn't think I was making much. I'm not. I'm making 25 a second. I'm also not consuming much, though. If any. So, like... Oh, but it goes into acetic acid, which I'm definitely using right now. Yeah. I pulled, like, all of my acetic acid. Okay. We should double check, and I'm sure I know what the answer to this is going to be. We might need to do a new acetic acid build. We go to unified chips. We find... Shoot, what even were the steps that needed acetic acid? Do this silicon wafer recipe. Was it one part of this? Nope, no acetic acid there. Oh, the zinc acetate obviously uses acetic acid. Yeah. It's 84 a second. I don't think I'm making, yeah, anywhere near that. Okay. And again, this is probably fine at our current scale of things, but like... we're going to need a much bigger acetic acid build. Something that's like an actual acetic acid build. And then we're going to need to figure out our methanol build on top of that, right? Because that'll feed both the Dalfroth 250 that we're going to need for antimony, but also acetic acid. So we do need we should do a new acetic acid build, and we should do a new methanol build. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna... Not sure which methanol I'm gonna want to go with. Put it that way. Yafsi thinks the current cheapest one is... stripped distillates and titanium tetrachloride, which might be true. 150 syngas, copper, and zinc is relatively inexpensive. And we'd want to do this bigger because we're going to have some extra demand. Yeah. So maybe this is what we need to do. Maybe this is the methanol we go with for now. Other options... Organic solvent and olefins? I mean, maybe, but I don't love that. Wastewater filtration is an option, but that uses filtration media, which will always be expensive. Oh, there's this recipe that makes... Oh, no. That's just methanol looping when you make formamide. That's fine. That's nothing... That is not a way to make methanol. Yeah, I think it's this one. Methanol from syngas is what we want to do at larger scale. So we want like 9 methanol reactors. Well, -2 because we have a couple, right? If we look at where we're building here, yeah. We're doing... Which one of these? None of these. We're doing this one, which is a cheap recipe overall, but Yafsi thinks it's expensive right now. And that may be true. I don't know if I trust the currently pricing that Yafsi gives us. But, like, if we wanted to make all of our methanol that way... Yeah. 4 methanol reactors. So, like, we could scale up our methanol and acetic acid builds. I don't think that's a huge issue. Ooh, we just made a bonk. What was that? I'm not sure. I heard the game make a bonk noise, but... Or a chirp, I guess would be a better word for it. Man. Maybe I do want to start slaughtering another critter just to get more lard going through. Like, I wanted to wait for trits, but we might just need more lard. Like, full stop. All right. Let's make some to-do list items, and let's, Oh, I don't know if I came to any conclusions about what my next steps actually need to be. But expand methanol. Expand acetic acid. We need to make lead acetate. We need to make ethylene glycol. Which we may or may not do chloroethanol separately. I still haven't decided yet what I want to do there. And all of that is enough to get me to... Oh, and we need the Dalfroth 250. Which is only used, according to YAFC, for this antimony craft. So possibly we make that on site. Possibly. Let's add a note to that. Possibly on site. All right. After that, we have antimony pulp. That will let us turn on the heavy N-type silicon. And with that, we can do microchips and transistors. The other things that we can be working on is it looks like we need phenol into Bakelite into PCB substrate 2. And then I think everything else for circuits, we have a couple of small things, right? Silicon carbide, tinned cable, and nickel silicon. Okay. So that's everything that's on the to-do list that's currently teched. We're waiting for Trits, and then we're waiting for fine electronics, and then we're waiting for the actual electronics recipe. Oh, well, nope, we need this for Nisi. Nickel silicon. So we're not doing this one yet. Let's delete that. Okay. So I think this is everything that we can currently do. Some of these do have dependencies between them. Okay. I think I'm going to call it here. I know that... I mean, I consider getting all of this silicon stuff, like, basically running to be huge progress. It is... This was a big milestone, and I was worried. Well, both worried and also looking forward to getting to this point and to having this running. So, like, I'm glad it's running. This is great. We're accumulating, well, 2 of the types right now. We will, yeah. So I think next time we will try to work on, I mean, the stuff that's left, right? We got to do antimony 2. We've really got to do a silver build. I didn't put that on the to-do list. Let's do that. Which, like, goes here, right? Because we need that for ethylene glycol. And obviously that'll be augmented with silver from ash processing. And we have a second freaking ash processing, don't we? I forgot. I mean, there's some silver here, but we're not going to be making huge quantities of it still up here. So, like, yeah, we're getting stuff out, but also not going to be that much silver. So we do still want to get more silver from our lead processing is what I'm getting at. So yeah, and that means moving lead processing, which I've been wanting to do forever and just haven't done, because you could see lead is kind of sitting here like I built lead before I started doing all of these like side roads. So it's just kind of sitting here attached in an awkward way. So we'll move lead processing. We'll set up silver as another output in addition to the lead. And that will get us on the path to ethylene glycol and the other prerequisites towards microchips and transistors. So yeah, that'll be next time. That'll be what we work on first, and then I think the next couple stations here on the way to circuits will come in pretty quickly. I would not be super surprised to see this fill out. Maybe even next session, which will probably be next week. I made it official on my Twitch schedule. I'm moving Pi to once a week, just because I'm starting to feel kind of burned out on it, and I don't want to feel burned out. So we're gonna do it a little bit less often, but that does also mean more game variety on the channel for those that enjoy a little more variety. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who watches on YouTube, too. If you are on YouTube, the biggest thing that you can do to support me is to do things to feed the algorithm. Like, comment, or subscribe if you haven't. And if you want to watch me live on Twitch, the link to my Twitch is down below in the description. So thanks again, everyone. Tomorrow is a Kerbal Space Program day, and I'll see y'all in the next one.